welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, building up our second settlement, Pruskov. Trying to see if we can run the settlement. And the first firefighters should be arriving here soon. I think we started them out, did we not? I think they should be on the move. Yeah, should be. Should be on the move somewhere. Firefighters arrive here at the bus stop, send a third of the workers to the fire station and the rest to the other bus stop to cycle them back and forth to slowly feed workers into the fire station to not overdo it. I think we'll leave it at 5 workers maybe to reduce the amount even more, and maybe we'll get a slow feed of workers here. New playlist of Carl Casey dropped. I don't know when. That was a day ago. So new music. We're back doing food production. And this time our water supply inside the settlement should be fine now. The technical service is still quite busy, but it should be able to keep up with it. They might still be filling the substations from before. Yeah, this one is not full yet. This one is still draining a lot. This one's looking really good. Should be okay. I'll just have to catch up. Like, they can send out a water truck out as soon as the first one is done, and it's a very short path to deliver the water. But yeah, for the village we'll have to figure out something else. Probably use some of the sewage trucks to bring the sewage back. Having that inside the technical service with a bunch of sewage cards, 1 or 2 water cards, and then maybe we need another technical service for the waste. We'll figure it out. I guess we could have the water technical service be this one, but we'll see if we need another one or not. Right now the goal is to build everything up. So we'll start. I should probably also set up a storage for coal nearby, which I haven't done yet. I don't expect there to be too much heating coal drain to be in this area, but we still need a dedicated storage. We might run a dump truck route to this place and then support it with like the distribution office in case there's like a shortage. Speaking of distribution offices, we also stopped the research. Higher education is back to 25%, looking good. I think I'm gonna allow one party official to do the research. That's here. Apparently this is enough. This should be fine. We'll be able to get hopefully some research done. Well, let's do it this way. 1 slot. Because we need distribution offices if we want to push further into the Republic. We might have to chain the settlements basically, and like bring coal to this one and then from here take it to the next settlement. It's going to be very inefficient. We really need like some high capacity logistics, but more importantly we need something that makes us money. Let's try and set up the clothing factory. Let's reduce our expenditures based on food, and then after we have the clothing factory in the settlement, let's try and set up the alcohol and meat production. Mainly the meat production, I think. Hello Pilsbear. Happy New Year to you too. Please no fire. Please, thank you. think we're still missing a monument, but we can build that up later. And like, high loyalty here is not that important anyway, since we're kind of expecting there to be a significant loyalty drain in the area. Maybe this is going to be without loyalty. Would be very inefficient, but it is a possibility. The groundwork materials need to be present before we start building. So this one doesn't have them as well. And this one doesn't. This one is almost done, but still it has missing resources. This one's okay. This one is not. Still doing the deliveries. Hello Caesar Clown. Happy New Year. Did you rewind to 1901? Yes. Put it up for chat vote to see if we stick with horse carriages for another 10 years, and we will do that again 1910. So chat gets to decide how long we will suffer. It might even lose us the game if we don't find a way to make money with horse carriages in a reasonable fashion. But we'll do a vote 1910 if we should rewind the clock and deal with horses for longer. And we'll do that again 1922 because 1912 the first steam locomotive becomes available. And then we can rewind like every time to the start of steam locomotives. Rail construction only begins 1919, but by that point we would probably have a rail construction vehicle at the very least, so we could stay within the beginnings of the steam locomotive era for a while. That's what we have been doing. Okay, fewer orphans, everything is reliable. University education looks okay. We might have to start making our own vehicles. I hope you survive. I hope so too, but it's not a guarantee. Like, we had less than half the money when we did the rewind, so it's gonna be interesting. Well, I mean, we still have a lot of loan capacity, but it still means that we kind of need to either keep expanding to outpace the loan, which is not going to happen. I mean, maybe it is. I can build up the settlement to have more citizens now, since we have a better water hookup. Yeah, now the water carriages are idling, so this is going well. This has not filled up yet, but it should over time. Something is prioritizing the drain in the area, but overall, the water substations are looking alright. And we'll have our distribution office maybe end of next year. Maybe I'll increase the amount of people being able to research once, like I said, once we get over 30% highly educated. But right now I want to focus on the university education. Looks okay. Harvest season. It's already end of August. God dang it. I knew I forgot something. Workers, let's go. Construction offices, no more worker pickup. Oh my god, we're late. We are late. By a month and a half. Well, thankfully we have a lot of crops, so it's probably fine, but still. Does that mean you didn't get 1 point for next decade either? No, we get a point every decade. I didn't say like 1910, 1920. I'm just gonna say every decade we like pass. But that would be an extra challenge. Like if we rewind, we don't get the research points for the time progression. That would really be low tech. Getting stuck in like the olden times, and you only can advance with actually building up more settlements. Maybe in the future that could be a challenge, but not right now. I want some technological progress because I feel like the trade deals and the low tech together are a bit too difficult for this. But then again, we haven't built the clothing factory. We'll have to wait and see. Are the workers arriving here? You did not make it with any workers. You are going to arrive with workers. They should be able to get carried over. I mean, if you can't bring firefighters to the area, then we have another problem. I think we need to use the end station for line spacing. We'll definitely make it hardcore. It needs to be survivable. It is probably survivable, but I also don't want to like use like... I don't want to be overly micromanagey. I know that's rich coming from me. And I also don't want to like exploit and start like vehicle trading and other things. Okay, that one should make it. Unless they fix the time traveling system and you only get 5 hours now. Who needs firefighters? Come on, Bill Spare. If everything burns down that you set fire to, it would get boring, wouldn't it? If there is no challenge to it anymore. No, we can still go over 5 hours, that's fine. Okay, there'll be some firefighters. It's gonna be so few. I need so many horse... Wait. Oh my god, it's because of the fuel. The fuel! No! God dang it. They really turn around at the end because they're like, oh yeah, no fuel here. Let's leave. Okay, we gotta fix the fuel situation first, I guess. Stupid horse carriages. God dang it. Need a horse feeder. I mean, you're not sure making vehicles right now would really take you out of the gutter. No, it wouldn't. I don't think it would be beneficial. Not if we can't make enough crops. Can't believe I forgot the harvest. Oh no, I forgot the route editing again. Get the road depot out of here and send the people for harvest, thank you. I might have to set up a bus stop just for that purpose so I don't forget again. But yeah, I'm planning on... I mean, for the next settlement we need a ton of vehicles to actually run everything. I'm pretty sure, but buying them is still cheap. We're up to 500 rubles per horse carriage now, so it's getting more expensive. We'll have to see. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. Going to ask how to get rid of ash. I have a load built up in my incinerator after burning all my rubbish. Ash dissipates if stored in waste dumps. So either the dumps with claw machines, either of these, dump them in and it slowly goes away. But only the ash. So you have to spread it out on a bunch of dumps and it will slowly dissipate over time. You have to make a, like, maybe you can start with 3 dumps. I don't know how much you're like putting in there. If it's like from a settlement, 2 or 3 dumps should be way plenty. If it's from a high throughput industry, then maybe you're gonna need a couple more. But that ought to deal with it. Can't you just burn it again? No, it's ash, it doesn't burn. It's as little as it can be. Hello, Fat Puppet. Happy New Year to you. Thank you. Oh, right. You need to have your food pickup actually be our own food supply, not from the border. We can pick up anything from the border except food right now. Crops, I mean. Food for the horses. I want to minimize our imports, and maximize exports. We're still exporting too many boards, it looks like. So I might have to get rid of a couple more horse carriages. We had 100 last time and now we're down to 80. They're still gonna come in handy with like delivering material to the construction sites, but apparently we don't have enough wood from a single woodcutter because of the horse carriages being too slow. Who would have guessed? Put the clothing factory on this side. And that can be on low priority and also assigned to construction tasks, so once they're done with all groundworks, I'll start delivering construction material to this building. But I guess first I need some workers walking around here so I can terraform a place for the clothing factory a little bit further away from the settlement. I'll have to walk across the street here and then they can walk up to the clothing factory, I guess. Or we could set it that only people at the bus stop go to the clothing factory. Right, I don't have a road possibility here either. The road has to come through this way, I guess. Or at the water area, but I think it's gonna have a gravel path just to make it easier for the fire trucks to get here. There's also a waste storage in the area that we can probably use. So I don't have to build another one of those. And somewhere back here, maybe a monument in front of the clothing factory. I think that'll work. Pollution, not too much of a concern. As long as it's not below 60, we should be fine. Jesus Christ. The horse feeder is empty. What's going on? Is it because the loading here is so slow with the water trucks? Oh god, the water trucks again. You know what? You're gonna go into storage. This is too dangerous for me right now. Go into storage. Oh my god, we're almost out of crops. In the vehicle stations. Good. That's some crops. I mean, we could eliminate the horse carriages altogether and save a bunch of crops by just building a water and sewage pipe to everything. Sewage pipe is already done. It would increase the consumption of chemicals, and I think crops is probably cheaper than chemicals, but I don't know how much we're actually using crops compared to chemicals. Chemicals we're importing, and crops we're making ourselves, so I guess it's easier for us to just make enough crops. Quote unquote easier. Yeah, we might use a larger farm. I mean, the horse farms are nice because they have the internal storage of 40 tons plus another 9.6 tons, which is technically just for like feeding the horses, but you can store almost 50 tons of crops in here instead of 40 tons on the small normal farm. So both of these have 100 plus another 112, that's 212 tons of crops. So I have over 1,000 tons of crops storage capacity. If only we do not forget about the harvest season. The workers have arrived, finally. Some firefighters are available, which is good. One more delivery of concrete here. Well, probably 2? Yeah, 3 even. And then the water tower could begin normal construction. I'm a bit short of concrete mixers, I guess. Do I make a construction office full of concrete mixers? Oh, these ones haven't even been assigned to the group yet. Yeah, let's get a couple more concrete mixers. For 2,000 rubles, 4 more concrete mixers. That'll help, especially once we start building the full factory. Let's do a bunch of building maintenances too. The further away you get from a source of crops, the more horse carriages you need to transport the crops. So yeah, each settlement having its own like crop production doesn't sound that unreasonable. And then it kind of makes sense to maybe have a food factory in there too, because it's like a relatively small and cheap building, so each settlement could have, in theory, its own food supply. It's only 6.1 tons of steel. A bunch of bricks and boards, but... We might build a food factory here too. And there might... well, the crop fields would be on this side. Actually, no, the food factory would be here then. It depends on if we want to relocate this thing. Well, first of all, we need the beet production and distillery. And we probably need as many crops for both together as we do for the food production right now. Had a half dozen streams since the last time I checked out. What do you mean? It's still 1901. Hello, Corridor. I put it to Twitch chat vote and we reset the time by 10 years. So it would be 1911, but we reset by 10 years to enjoy horses more. No trucks for me, I guess. It's gonna be like we actually started in 1800, but we're gonna reset the time like 10 times and before I even get anywhere near the industrialization. But yes, it's a bit confusing. Next time we can do an 1800 start, I guess. But I do need to gain some experience and knowledge with the horses first, because the economy is certainly challenging. Great, time traveling socialism, putting more Soviet Republic in your Soviet Republic. Exactly. Oh yeah, we have workers here now, so I could be terraforming, I guess. Very slowly. Or we can do it quickly. More workers. Come on. Is this a DLC? Yes. This is the early start DLC. We don't start in 1900 with the early start DLC. The normal start date is 1920, the earliest that you can get. But I modified it with the workshop mod Time Master to be 20 years earlier. And then I used it again to reset it another 10 years. So it's going to take us like 30 years to get to 1920. At the current rate. Might be longer, depending on what chat votes for, I guess. Maybe we need the clothing factory slightly further back. I mean, the pollution is going to be noticeable, I believe. It should be far away enough, honestly. Nah, it's fine. Build that up too. We started 1900 because by that point only horse carriages are available. But normally you do have some trucks as an option. The fact that we missed out on a proper harvest this year is slightly annoying, but what can you do? Well, have more houses and more people, so it goes faster, I guess. No university students right now? Not a lot, at least. Let's do more research then. Okay, maybe not. Alright, 26%. It's looking good. You know, at least now I have a solid excuse as to why there is a Soviet Republic before USSR was formed. Everything was fine until some mad scientist invented a time machine, and now the entire area is time anomaly. Yep. It's Soviet ideals already existed. Socialist ideals. But they would have died out with the settlement because they ran out of money quickly. But they had a time machine, so it like kind of got ingrained in the history of the world, and everything went a little bit mad. Me starting a ton of building maintenances right at the start of winter is also not a great idea. Especially during harvest season. That's gonna drain our worker pool. I've already given up on this year's harvest. Somewhat. I wonder if we could bring in foreign workers for that. Instead of our own. Go to the border, bring in foreign workers. It's probably way too expensive to bring in foreign workers to bring in the harvest. That would be something like real life, I guess. Would be sort of realistic. Need cheap laborers, harvesters, yeah. Apparently they don't exist. No one wants to do that for us. That's a capitalist economy kind of thing, I guess. Oh yeah, the reconstruction in the orphanage is also really well timed. It would have happened during winter, so I guess I'm glad we triggered it now. In a large pool of many reconstruction works. At least we'll get some harvest in. But yeah, it could have been better. Next year. Next year I won't forget. Hopefully. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try. It should work. Should be okay. Happy New Year to you too, Burns. Welcome. Let's increase the priority on the reconstruction works. They have more priority. We need to get them done soon. Yeah, if I were to rebuild everything, I would start with crops and food factory. I think as an initial building in the settlement planning right away, I believe. Because food is so expensive. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. Yeah, deal with the maintenances first. Makes more sense. I will stop the horse route for for like doing our harvest. It's too late. I can run once more, but then they are gonna go into the vehicle depot. Heating plant will also undergo maintenance very soon. It's at 39%. Okay, the carousel has low priority, the kindergarten has medium priority, orphanage and the brick flats have high priority. Because there's people living in those, and they get really cranky if they undergo maintenance for too long. So focus on the residential buildings, please. Plus the efficiency of the orphanage, I guess. Yeah. If I were to start this again, I guess I couldn't go for secret police right away. I would have to do something like spending a point on importing hazardous waste to actually make some money. In theory, an incinerator should be a profitable endeavor even with foreign workers. Do we want to stop exporting wood? I couldn't really change it, oh god, couldn't really change it easily to importing hazardous waste. Because that's 2 changes. With our weird rule set. Alright, looks like the heating plant is slowly running out of coal. Because we're trying to fill the other coal storage for Pruskov. We're gonna unassign that for delivery and focus on the other settlement for now. My god, the deliveries are like struggling so much. Hello, Tanoran. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you. The construction offices are picking up our own wood, right? Yeah. Boards from the sawmill. Okay. Well, should be down most maintenance tasks once it's time for the heating plant. I do wonder if I should trigger it right now, otherwise, or if I should bring it back to 50% instead of 40% to not have to do the heating plant during winter, since I triggered a lot of maintenance tasks at once. We'll go back to 40% in February or something. That is probably going to be safer for our Republic. Alright, let's continue with the research towards distribution offices. Maybe next year we'll have them. %, loyalty, 1.57 education, 18 years old. Probably ought to finish the education. Hopefully. I might want to bring up the loyalty requirement in the school. I think we can probably go to 70. If we can deal with the loyalty the way we're working it right now, then fewer people will be more efficient at their tasks. Like, fewer loyal teachers should be able to handle more students in the classroom. And it will push up the loyalty of the students as well. This is so concerning. Don't kill my settlement because of lack of heating. That would be terrible. I'm gonna get some dump carriages, I think. Let's get a couple. in help of the delivery of coal to the aggregate storage here. I could bring it directly to the heating plant, but now we're trying to alleviate the stress on the distribution office, so we need to set up some delivery routes to the aggregate storages that help balance things. And 2 vehicles always running here should hopefully put things under control again. I think I have that on a hotkey. I do not anymore. I used to have that on a hotkey, so I can just go blup, blup, and done. The home button on a hotkey is kind of useful. Home button and then the escape key to close the menu, and it goes automatically to the next vehicle. Okay, so the distribution office for aggregates will only try to fill them up to 50%. Oh, it's not even set to the... No, it is set to the storage, right? 50%, not a 90%. That'll help when it gets like under 90. But then over summer, when the heating plant isn't running, the other 2 horse carriages continue to run and slowly fill the storage up. Probably not to 180, but it should be like a cycle, where we have to micromanage and balance the amount of horse carriages running. Yeah, we might have to set up an incinerator to make some more money. If we go into debt, I think I'll postpone the trade deals rules in favor of actually making money until we're out of debt again. Because the trade deals rules are not really... were not really balanced with horse carriages in mind. And they're an extra level of challenge. I mean, the main issue is we're still importing too many resources. A lot of like citizen goods that we shouldn't be importing. Food, meat, clothing, alcohol. Well, okay, the food statistics are from last year, from the last time we went through 1901, so these ones are not These ones are not showing the right numbers. We did not import 1,153 tons of crops this year. We should have imported none. Maybe it's still happening. Food production is barely keeping up. We need some dumper carriages, like probably 6 or so, or maybe we'll start with 4, bringing coal to this storage. Once the settlement is running. The distribution office helping with the overflow demand. Rewinding does keep the inflation low. Okay. It doesn't keep the prices low, but maybe if it keeps the inflation low, that would be nice. Would be nice if that helps. But the price costs are increasing. The resource costs. We can see that in the bottom graph. This is our current year, and this is the previous time we were here, and now the inflation is kicking in, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we are consuming the goods from the east. It's not a massive amount of inflation yet, but there is inflation. I mean, we're importing a lot, so it's only natural for the price to go up. Okay, kindergarten maintenance, good. The last building. Then they can focus on the other settlement again. I'll leave it at 50% until February, and then we'll drop it back down to 40. I think we might run into heating issues if this goes and does a maintenance in winter, because we're like over 70% heat production right now sometimes. We might have a heating issue. I had a save where I was in the 2000s and I was paying 45 per ton of electronics. I reminded to year 1977 and electronics price went down to 20k per ton. That is different. Electronics are tied to the year up to 2065 or 55. That is only for electronics. Their price depends on the year that you're in, because the production cost changes per year. We could make electronics really cheaply right now, for example. If we had the technology, we could spend a minimal amount of boards, electronic components and mechanical components to make a bunch of electronics very cheaply, and that cost goes up a lot. And the cost going up basically means you produce fewer electronics and the resource consumption goes up. But yeah, electronics would be a significantly useful industry right now to build up a stockpile and then sell it when we need money, I guess. If we had the technology. I don't want any 0% loyalty people working in here. 10% should be doable. You would have to compare it to something like crops. The crop price would have not changed. Rewinding. It would have stayed exactly the same. Every other price would have stayed the same. Electronics, maybe electronic components would have probably been affected. Definitely electronics. But I don't think anything else is tied to the year. So everything else would have still suffered with the resource cost. Okay, we have firefighters here now. Looking decent. Will you do trains later in this run? If we survive that long, yeah. Right now it's looking desperate. I'm hoping that the clothing factory will pull us out of this misery, but I'm not feeling confident. We do have a large loan capacity, so we can survive until I think 1920 or 30. But yeah, I would have to find something that makes us money with the train. I mean, a train delivery to and from a building like a distillery could work. Even with crop imports, it would be very profitable. Because usually when you produce a finished good out of a imported resource, the resulting product makes you more money. A lot more money. So you can save the overhead logistics on like building farms and having a ton of horse carriages and just run a train to a clothing factory, for example, importing fabrics, waiting until unloaded, load whatever clothing you have and exporting it. And then I wouldn't need any horse carriages. For the clothing factory it doesn't make as much sense because it doesn't need that many resources. But if we had a distillery for profit, or like a brick factory for profit. The brick factory, what was it? Construction sector. Early start brick factory. Makes 50% more bricks than it uses coal. This one is more efficient, slightly, I guess. But this one, decently efficient. So if it was a 1-to-1 ratio, like if the exported bricks had the same price than the coal, we would make a profit of 50%. But coal is only 16 and bricks are 18. So it's also slightly higher already. But yeah, you could run this to make a profit. Coal price is going up. Oh god. The game is like, what are you doing? You should be worrying about making some money. I know. I'm doing challenges, guys. Oh right, these have to be reassigned to actually pick up workers. No wonder no building construction is getting done right now. Build everything. We'll start the heating plant maintenance like it's March or April. Financial troubles? Just give in to the dark oil side. Oil is not that valuable. It's 12 rubles. And there's no oil nearby, as far as I could see. I guess the horse carriages aren't bringing any workers if the fire station doesn't need any. Should be transfer unloading them, I guess. We could use the workers here to also build up the houses. I just don't want the fire station to run out of workers though. Yeah, money's going down relatively quick now. 3,000 rubles per month. 2,000 this month. These values are so scuffed. Okay, that is more accurate. Oh yeah, okay. Sure. I think today is basically the latest date. But this shows, I think, the accurate value. Yeah, I think those are our actual consumptions. Okay. Mostly steel, some bricks, boards. We did import some crops. I don't believe that, but apparently. Apparently we did. Someone did. Oh, right, no we did. When I activated the crop imports here. Maybe? There must be a building. Maybe I have a dedicated line still importing crops. I don't think I do. No, just coal and boards, nothing else. Yeah, let's try and get the settlement and the clothing factory going. It's quite far away from the customs house, but I don't want to build everything next to the customs house. I want this to... It has to look somewhat natural. People need to work here and die quickly next to the clothing factory. This will be an overflow for our population. The 21-year-olds without their own flat can move in here. I'll probably tear down the 3 extra buildings next to the heating plant after that. Or like prevent people from moving in here. Maybe would fly skyrockets to the moon. Maybe. It would be nice, but I don't think it will. This one with 0% loyalty. $1.61 at 100% loyalty, 17 years old. So over halfway there. And only 1 year in the university, from age 16 to 17. Let's say less than 2 years. And still got more than 3 years. So should be able to finish the education at the current rate. Okay, maybe 70% is a bit high. Is it? No. We can do it, come on. We don't care about some people not finishing their education fast enough, because then they spend less time in the university, which they're not supposed to go into anyway. Except the orphans. But if we can push everyone up to 80%, I guess that's fine too. Let's increase the amount of workers here. Hello, Carpathus. It's okay. We got like, I don't know, 6 years worth of money left? Maybe? At 2,000 rubles a month times 12, it's 24,000. Times 10 would be 10 years, 240, half that, 120. So yeah, 5 years-ish of inflation. So trying to set up the next settlement, seeing if that works. And if it doesn't, then we're gonna go into debt and we're gonna scramble to do some weird financial shenanigans with waste incinerators and other things. Doesn't sound bad, so long as you have a plan to keep it going. Well, currently my plan is to try and set up a clothing factory, work towards meat and alcohol production, and reduce the amount of imports we have to do continuously for our citizens as much as possible. Steel cost, coal, bricks, we can't really handle, but everything else we could, like, push down to 0. It would then be chemical imports, but it's always something. But yeah, is it doable within 5 years? I don't know, probably not. But the clothing factory is like the big test, I guess. It's the go-to for profitability. We have not set it up in a way where it's like hugely profitable because it's quite far away from the border. But like I said, I want this to... I don't want everything at the border. We don't have the amount of workers there anyway. I mean, we could run things with phone workers, I guess. Phone workers might actually be really cheap now that I think about it. How expensive are they? No, they're 4.6 rubles per 8 hours of work is not great. I was thinking of getting phone labor to make them work in the fields, but for that price, not really. If uneducated workers could work in the fields, that would be great. Maybe during harvest season I should shut down the school and the university and everyone goes to the field. That would be weird. Alright, let's do the maintenances again. 40%. Should only be the heating plant probably. I'll trigger the heating plant manually, I guess. Put the priority up. And a water substation, but the heating plant has priority. It would make sense for uneducated people working on farms, yeah. But based on the icon, I think they have to have a basic education. Imagine if you started on like a pre-populated map and most people were uneducated. School's out for summer. Yeah, well in this case for spring and autumn, but close. Hospitals are still going crazy? Yeah, I mean there wasn't an update yet, so they're still gonna finish this really, really quickly. Right now they're apparently increasing fertility? No, they're already starting sowing. That's way too early. Crazy. It's not sowing season yet. No, they just added a little bit of nutrients, I guess, to the field. I guess that makes sense. I had a little bit of fertilizer in the fields, and that they wanted to put somewhere, I guess. Slightly over a week until sowing season. Our heating plant. Hello, Oprah. Hello, Oprah. Welcome. Yeah, the heating plant could be a problem. The hope is that if we do maintenance early, it doesn't require as many materials and it goes through quicker. That also means we do maintenance more frequently and it increases the chance that we do hit it during winter, I guess. But I think a more frequent, shorter maintenance is probably preferable to a longer, less frequent maintenance. Especially if there's a fire and the building is not maintained, it might collapse because it becomes too worn. Wouldn't want that either. Two days and then the horse plows start. They'll be done within a week. Within 2 weeks. With all 8 fields, 4 plows. Only medium-sized fields, but I don't know, kind of feels like we're doing large fields, and then you look at the large field and you're like, oh yeah, no. Normally when you do mechanized farming, you go absolutely nuts. So we still have some time where the firefighters are not available here because we're draining them too quickly. Let's drop it down to 4 firefighters, I guess. When the clothing factory gets built up, we need to have people living here to crew the fire station at full capacity just to make sure there's no chance of it burning down. But yeah, I mean, I could let people live here with no services. As long as we have 21-year-olds without their own flat, they could move in here and help with the construction. Let's focus on 2 houses, get the grocer up, brings in some supplies, set up the heating, and then maybe let people move in here. And sometimes they get picked up by a horse carriage and carried back home. Gonna try and reuse as many of our construction vehicles as possible. We're still draining our board storage, Jesus. There go the horse plows. That's so quick. Yeah, it's not a lot of construction left. The water setup, technical service, the clinic, the grocer, and then the houses. Hello, Mr. Goodbye Tess. Oh, Mr. Goodbytes. Sorry. I thought Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I misread a name really badly right now. Oh, we got another really significant epidemic. Great. Why is the game trying to kill my run? I mean, to be honest, epidemics are not a bad thing, because they're gonna create another wave of orphans, I guess. And right now, not during harvest season, I guess it's acceptable, but we gotta be prepared. I don't want very disloyal people. Very disloyal professors. I don't know if we want those. No, they should go into the other settlement. They can work in the clinic and that's it. I don't even have a kindergarten in the other settlement. If they gotta deal with their children, they gotta deal with their children. I don't care. I'd rather have more houses than build up like a kindergarten, I think. I'm really interested to see if this will work with the plan for the water storage being an actual water tower and the technical service picking up from the water loading unloading station. I'll probably build another technical service here, but the settlement should need almost no water. It's been over 2 weeks. They're not done yet, but they're finishing up right now. March 17th would have been 2 weeks. The monument is for later, doesn't need to finish right now. We can bring the resources to it, the groundwork can be done by people living here, and at some point someone will bring materials over. But again, not as important. How far can we drive down the monthly cost? Like at some point we have to flip it over to a green number, because we have building maintenance occasionally, so we're always going to be spending some money, some more money every now and then. Man, this heating plant. Two horse carriages can't keep it fed with enough coal. So grocer, I guess the clinic, and residential buildings, and then we'll let people move in. Like, I don't care if they survive. Basically, this is like overflow settlement. It's fine. It'll create a lot of criminals, I guess. That's the problem. But I'm not too worried, I don't think. And then we'll shut down the other 3 houses next to the heating plant in our original settlement. This lady. Maybe we'll get the possibility to move people in here this year. It might be possible. And then maybe next year we can start working on the clothing factory. That one's going to be quite the expense. And once that is set up, we'll have to bring people from this settlement to the clothing factory and try and expand it as much as needed. As in, like, as much housing as needed to run the clothing factory at a good clip. And then we just throw carriages at it to run fabric and export clothing. I don't think I'm going to build a warehouse. At least not yet. There's room behind it if we need it. Oh yeah, I said like I wanted a lot of horse carriages going to it. So maybe there will be a loading unloading station around the back so they don't block the entrance for the fire trucks. That I was considering, but initially we're gonna just run it as is and see if it works. Food inside our food warehouse is slowly growing. It went up by 4 tons of food. It's also going to have to undergo maintenance soon. Of machines and the building. Once we have 200 people living in here, in the new settlement in Pruskov, then we also get another research point, which I will have to stop exporting lumber at the end of the year. So we can plan for like for-profit exports in 1904. Man, those rules are brutal with early start. So few research points. Bringing a lot of workers to construction sites now. We're lacking some workers in the orphanage. I guess I could reduce the amount down here so we pull fewer workers maximum. This guy's streaming on New Year. When will he ever stop? Hello streamer. Hello Decipher. Maybe in 50 years I will not be streaming anymore, maybe earlier. How about you? I'll stop streaming soon. Ah. Ominous. Have you found something better? What the horse doing? The horse doing horsey things, eating crops, pooping on the roads, and transporting resources. Horses and resources in full swing. Yeah, unfortunately we don't get fertilizer from horses. Not a thing, but can't have everything, I guess. Gotta look for cows to get those. Are you planning on streaming 2026? Like, maybe at some point? You already streamed at midnight? And I couldn't say why were you streaming. And you're leaving. Goodbye, Decipher. Let's bring coal up here. I mean, both distribution offices are way busy right now. I can't believe we're not keeping up with this heating plant with 2 horse carriages. That is really worrying. Okay, we're gonna move this horse carriage into a depot. And I might have to get another dumper here. This is not acceptable. So instead of bringing workers to the heating plant, we'll have 3 dumper horse carriages now, making sure it's filled with coal. That's because the distribution office is way busy. Maybe the horse carriages coming from the customs house should try to unload at the heating plant first before they drop it off at the aggregate storage. It'll certainly help keep the heating plant filled, but then they're going to get in the way of the other horse carriages, which are waiting until unloaded. And they're not going to fill the storage anymore. This is mainly here in case the customs house is overloaded, so we don't run the risk of running out of coal. This lady, no, Prisco, that one. Go help with that coal storage which is running out. I'm glad we have the loyalty. I'm gonna push this up to 80% now. Should make our students in the classroom really, really loyal. I'm gonna use the finest teachers in the world to get our population in general boosted in loyalty when they visit the school. 46% loyalty. You finished your basic education. How about you? 83%. You're gonna drop because you're already over 80. You're at 0.95, 56. You should be going up. Once you get an education tick, I think then your loyalty also goes up. So 0.95 to 56. We'll probably jump to 1 or close to, and this will go up by 1% maybe. If you get an education tick. Oh, it went up by 2%. Nice. So 58 now. And got the education of 1. So yeah, we can use this to boost the loyalty of the people inside the Republic. In the future, if we have a really efficient university, we could use that to boost the loyalty even more, but right now the university is mainly there to get the orphans to get the education so they can run the school. But this should hopefully drive the loyalty up even more on average. Do I have a free vehicle storage left? Yes, good. We're gonna go into storage until we have filled the coal storage by a bit. Finish the clinic, finish the grocer. These are the important ones. And the water, I guess. But finish those 2 buildings first. And we can let some people in, I guess, to help with the construction of the rest. I will need a technical service that brings water here. I'll drop a free one and pull it from our water production directly before the water tower becomes active. And then a bunch of them dealing with the sewage. Unfortunately, I could deliver sewage all the way to the sewage discharge, but that's way too far. So we're not doing that. Water's going to be quite far. I'll have to drop the sewage here until we build a proper sewage handling, and the waste goes to the border, I guess. No, the waste goes here. Mixed waste. And hazardous goes to the border. And we'll need a large waste carriage. Dealing with the waste piling up in here from the small horse carriages. Although, wait a minute. The small horse carriages have more capacity than the large ones, don't they? Yeah, they do. No, it makes sense, because sometimes the horse carriage only loads like a fraction. But then again, they can load completely full if we have the waste storages everywhere. I don't know. I still like the storage here, I guess. If we switch over to trucks. Nah, maybe this was a mistake. Especially for maintenance reasons, I guess. Yeah, this should not have been set up that way. Oh well. We'll probably demolish it. Yep, that one can go away. Can make room for another technical service. Hello Super Deno, Happy New Year. I feel this is the year where the cow plant will manifest. You're feeling that, huh? I don't know. Maybe. The cow plant would require a lot of logistics with horses. I mean, it could be like a standalone challenge. Running a cow plant at full capacity with nuclear fusion. Maybe. You're not gonna finish your education, are you? Probably spent too much time in the school. I guess it happens. Picking up from this lady? Really? Where? Oh, you have those? Wait, why do you have all of these in range? Huh. I guess over the footpaths that's possible. Based education got nothing but low wages and unemployment. Yeah, it happens. We need some people with regular education and high loyalty anyway. But the school should provide that now, since we're requiring at least 80% loyalty for the teachers here. Almost ready to move people in, I guess. If we weren't accounting for food in the clinic, but we're getting close. Don't run this over 20. Don't notify me. Water carriages are doing their thing now. And later on we'll switch it to the water pickup point here. We'll see how many horse carriages we need to continuously feed water in here reliably. Unfortunately, water can't be distributed with a distribution office, so it'll have to be line-based. Which is gonna get quite messy. Hello Marlboros, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. This is such a... that's a dystopian settlement. But it's still set up about being functional. Got a commercial district, grocer. We still have to bring food here. We might need a warehouse and maybe a meat storage. I don't know if I planned for that. I have. So we could have a meat storage and a warehouse nearby to deal with the overflow demand, so the logistics are not as important, and we can set up an early warning system before the catastrophe hits. But realistically, food consumption here should be pretty low. And it'll have its own distribution office, the settlement. Hopefully. Hopefully this year, depending on... We're a third of the way done, it's May. Maybe not quite. Maybe not quite this year, but soon. And once the settlement is running, we'll buff up the horse carriage route that is currently running through the bus stop here. We'll probably have like a carriage every, I don't know, 240 seconds or so. So some of the citizens can visit the larger village for amenities. And also feed in workers here to run the clothing factory more efficiently. And if that is done, when that is done, not if, and if it is efficient, at that point we can expand the amount of people living inside Best Lady. We do have capacity here for more housing, now that the water is being handled. I think we gotta be careful with waste, probably. Gotta keep an eye on that, but other than that it should be fine. Small waste. You get moved over, I guess. And then we can have like 1 or 2 more horse carriages for waste if we need to. And I guess the big horse carriage can also be in here because, well, we don't have a dedicated delivery destination. They all deliver to the same point anyway. Two months until harvest. Let's not forget about it this time. So that technical service would work from this water pickup point. The sewage carriages can already be moved in because they have no different behavior. Still gonna go to the customs house. Except the water pickup point, everything else is the same. Oil price going up, supposedly. Yeah, the fire carriages are not working reliably. We have to move people in here quickly, so that nothing may burn down. It is at risk. This is proper village style run. Really cool. You barely have capacity to do anything. Old Mahal carriages, yes please. Still need to finish the road into the clothing factory. Give that one a little bit more priority so that the groundworks can already start. A lot of concrete is necessary. I mean, in Ustron we might also have a settlement, and then the other horse carriages going through the harvest stop here could also like continuously run to another village. Then these fields would also be handled properly. Although we might have to rebuild the road at that point with a gravel road and reset the bus stop. And I think the proper bus stops are smaller than the dirt ones, so that should not be too much of an issue. But we might have to redo some of the fields. But yeah, we'll have to see if we can get one extra settlement up first. And if this makes us enough money to actually live, then yes, more settlements for more production are possible. Like the one in Ustron, next to the water, could do livestock farming, for example, with more farms. Have a settlement here. Sewage discharge is already built with a switch to hook it up to. And then some farms leading into a grain storage with a livestock hall, or like a livestock ranch, livestock farm, producing our meat. Livestock would also drink less quality water, if I remember correctly. We could run that one with 93% quality water, so it would still require a water well. We can't use river water or lake water. But the pollution is only 2 tons a year. The settlement could be built around that building, together with some heating. Crop amount went down by 200 tons. Gotta go have a good harvest this year. I'm gonna be limited to 500 meters. I don't want to deal with the houses in the other settlement. Yeah, the other houses' groundworks can be built by people living here, I guess. Until everything else is in place. Traffic jam at the refueling point. This one's empty. Why? Why is this one empty? Oh, I know why. God dang it. Because the food production is out of crops. So it thinks it can't pick up any crops from it. So we ran our refueling dry, which is really, really bad. That means all refueling stations are probably currently empty and everyone's heading to this one, which has the last couple crops remaining. Oh god, I hope this gets resolved soon. I might have to bring in some dedicated carriages to fix that. That was a mistake. At least they can drop it off and refuel here right away, I guess, after they've done that. And then continue on and keep putting more crops in the area. There should be no traffic jam if this runs out. I mean, they will complain about no crops being available for refueling anymore. But only for a very short time, because the crops are being delivered right now. If it happens. Oh my god. Okay. Yep, you can turn around. And feed here if you want to. Please? What are you doing? Oh, you're unloading still. Okay. Where are you refueling? In Pruskov? No way. No. You must refuel here. This thing is like empty. You must refuel here, please. First proof of 96 way a butte? What? Hello, Igor. Welcome. Okay, hopefully they're refueling here now. This is like right where they are. They should be able to refuel on this station. That'll hopefully deal with the traffic jam. Because this is atrocious. Because that's also slowing down our deliveries to our own buildings here. Like, food is currently not being distributed, since the horse carriages went to the other refueling station. Well, we should hopefully have enough time. It's June, less than a month now. Might have to pause construction again. Okay, the traffic jam has been dealt with. Hello, EXE. Welcome. Roscoe? Wait, that's a real city. I think on the Poland map all settlement names are real settlement names. So this has its own name pool. The world map DLCs I think are all based on real locations. think we should keep constructing. Don't need too many workers anymore. But then again, they're still bringing workers here because of high priority, even if we don't have the resources, so maybe stop bringing workers here right now. And finish the delivery of the resources first. Come on. No food pickup from the border. You can pick up fruit from this warehouse once you want to get it. Yeah, maybe we can run meat production here too. Or at least like a distillery. I don't know. It would require very few workers to run it to deal with our demand. I mean, our alcohol demand is slightly higher than normal because we have an alcohol addiction of 73%. But what can you do? They need it to be happy. Let's maybe get the preference for alcohol out of the citizens inside the orphanage. It's gonna raise religion sympathy a lot. But maybe the children are taking after their parents, and we can reduce alcohol addiction here a lot in them, which will reduce our overall alcohol consumption and reduce our costs. Religion sympathy is not great. It'll make them unhappy. They might visit more attraction buildings. We only have one right now. But yeah, I guess we'll do that. Try and bring alcohol addiction down as much as possible. I don't know if the teachers with low... Like if it's just loyalty that gets transferred to other people or also alcohol addiction. Because if our orphans have really high alcohol addiction of 100%, have 96% loyalty. Does that also transfer to our students? Let's see what happens after the free time. Oh no, you have full education tick. Let's see. You, once you have an education tick, 72%, 0.6 education. Is it only loyalty that switches? No, it's only loyalty. Nothing else. Okay. Then we can't really help it that much except reduce alcohol consumption to try and bring down the alcohol addiction. Would create a bunch of unhappiness, but yeah. That's fine. Well, it's not, but I'm gonna say it's fine. Maybe 68% alcohol addicted babies. Hi. Hello, Eskrimo. We have... Yeah, we also have highly alcohol addicted babies, I guess. 47, 51, 50, 39. Wait, does it go up in the... Maybe does it go up in the kindergarten? How about here? I don't think... Well, the kindergarten might affect a lot of stats, but I don't know what the kindergarten actually does. That would be like an experiment. You're in the kindergarten for a very long time. What's going on? Oh, they're in the kindergarten as long as the person is traveling to work, I guess. That makes sense. So they actually spent that much of that amount of time inside the kindergarten then, okay. Maybe I should look at someone who's like, whose parents is not currently traveling. Okay, you're working at a football field. 42%. Is anything gonna go up after your parent is done? 6, 7. No, I don't think anything changed. Now school time has started, I guess. So the school time starts when the parents' work time ends. I don't think anything changed. Let's see if anything changes after free time is over. It should adjust based on what the parents are doing then, I guess. Loyalty might go up a little bit, but I'm not sure. You're back at home. Well, it says you're back at home, but you're still in the kindergarten spending free time. I guess you just stay here continuously. I don't think anything changed. Okay. The coal supply here is way too slow. Last brick delivery is on its way. Let's assign everything again for buildings that have all the resources. You still need a steel delivery for the current phase. Didn't you technically begin at 1890? Yes, we started in 1900, but at 1910 I reset it back to 1900, so... Now technically I started at 1890, I guess. Harvest season. Not this year, game. Not this year. I mean, technically I lost some time, but it's fine. Remove the road depot from the route. We're half a month late this time. Not too bad, I guess. Could shut down the school and the university to send everyone to the fields, I guess. That would be a bit silly. I'm tempted to lower the supply of alcohol by only having one worker in the kiosk instead of two. Which means there would be some artificial shortages. Some people here have 96% alcohol addiction. And 46% happiness. And 24% loyalty. I mean, the population would drop if we do that, I think, because happiness would lower down and people might leave the Republic. But that'll probably happen with this settlement anyway. Oh my god, it's terrible. Let's bring up the amount of people allowed on the labor pickup hall. Maybe we are reducing the amount going to the fields by that setting. Just keep sending out the vehicles, come on. Line spacing is not as important, just keep a little bit of distance between the vehicles, it's fine. Don't bunch them up too much, but every 30 seconds, that's fine. Throw out a vehicle. Yeah, there's not enough stuff to refill here, I'm sorry. I mean, the gas station kind of acts like a line spacing element, because they do have a pretty big gap one after the other now, so kind of helps reduce traffic a bit. Ignoring the fact that they couldn't refuel right now. This is going to be the test settlement to see, can we build a settlement far away from the customs house? And far is relative, but with the logistics of the horse carriages, we have to get tricksy, I think, to actually make this work. Over halfway done with the distribution office research. 27% highly educated is okay. Yeah, the construction office is trying to pick up workers right now. I'm not gonna have a good time, I guess. But they're only building one building, which is the grocer. Then we'll have the water setup still to deal with. Balance the lines for the coal and water delivery to the area. We'll probably need more sewage horse carts. Oh, game did not like that apparently, clicking that button for some reason. Not sure why. Was the autosave happening exactly at the same time? No, 3 minutes ago. Oh well. Oh, we're back to here, huh? Did I do anything important? I don't think I did. That has been said. Get 3 horse carriages for wastewater in here. And then 1 for water. Should be enough. And the rest will have to handle the transportation of water to the water tower. Water horse ambulance. Thank you. And I think I started this thing again. There's a lot of workers here. I guess I could use these workers to actually build up the building instead of sending in workers with like the construction offices. No, the construction office workers still make sense. Because these are supposed to run the fire station. We'll probably need a warehouse for this area. So that the distribution office can put the resources where they need to be. And we have an early warning system. Warehouse, I don't think... maybe a meat storage too, yeah, maybe. Let me know when the grocer is done, I guess. Then I would need to assign workers to actually build it. We're gonna have very loyal, very alcohol addicted people in our republic apparently. have the feeling every settlement needs its own, like, fields. That would be so weird to build. Everyone needs at least a small farm just so they have, like, their own supply of crops for feeding the horses. Otherwise, transporting crops from that settlement to this settlement takes crops, a lot of crops. Centralization, decentralization in the beginning into centralization later on might be the way to go. Finishes the grocer. I don't have vehicles yet for delivering meat, I guess. We do have a distribution office at the border that can do that. They have 2 ice wagons. Electricity is already present. Fill this thing up to 80% with food, please. Thank you. And we'll need our water storage in the residential buildings. Water storage including the unloading loading station, the water tower, and the water pump. Wait a minute. What is this? Okay, this pipe might go away. This pipe will remain, but the one with the pump might go away at some point. If we pipe the water in from the other settlement with a small water pipe. Gonna be a little harvest again. But at least the fertility stays the same. Just need to have more people here, I guess. The amount of people available for the harvest is gonna be reduced anyway once we have like the clothing factory in place. I need to build up the population count. But the heating plant currently tells me that we don't have capacity for more houses here. At least last time it told that during winter. I would have to be very careful adding more houses. So 4 more buildings, I guess. And then we gotta worry about the supply routes. Water tower, water loading unloading station, the water well, the water pump, and at least 1 residential building, and then it should be able to like get started a little bit. We kind of need both, because one of them is set to higher educated citizens and one of them is any like lower educated citizens. Uneducated citizens are not supposed to move here. But yeah, I would like to have, I guess, 2 houses with higher educated citizens, just to react, like, if one of them has problems. But I guess in the beginning we can move anyone in. I'll have to work in the grocer anyway. Only room for 12 people at most to work higher educated citizen slots in here. They can deliver the resources while the workers are on the fields bringing in some of the harvest. But we might run out of harvest next year. $25 tons, install the amount of workers to 10, get more people onto the fields. We could shut down the university for some time, get more people, but it would affect our loyalty and our highly educated too much. And our research. We got really loyal people in here. Holy. Could even go up to 90%. Okay, I'm gonna put this back to 15, I guess. It was at 20 earlier. Always need to have enough people in here. Otherwise the loyalty doesn't go up. So our religion sympathy is gonna go up, but our alcohol addiction will go down. Oh god, these have 30% religion sympathy now. Sheesh. Can I lower both? I guess I can. I don't want religion sympathy to go up, so... Lower alcohol addiction, lower religion sympathy, get some loyalty, criminality reduction, sports enjoyment. I don't care if you're happy or if you have culture enjoyment, just... You can get that once you get out of the orphanage. It's fine. But yeah, 30% religion sympathy is not good. Can't have that. We might not need a 40% alcohol preference reduction. The loyalty is still the important bit. Let's do it that way. We'll look at it once we have enough workers in here. Also some sports enjoyment, I guess. Come on, bring enough tutors in here. I need to see if this works. Looks like it. Yep, that looks fine. Mostly loyalty still. And a little bit of reduction of alcohol. And religion sympathy. When I need like 4 horse carriages just bringing food to that settlement, I feel like. 2 more months of harvest. Focus on the residential buildings, please. I'm going to send out the demolition office to tear down the buildings, the factory connection, and the 2 waste storages here. I don't think we're going to use that ever. Wow, I just looked at my viewer count. We got 66 people in here. I hope you are all having a good 2026. This may be a slow-paced run, but we're still making progress. We're gonna drop below 100,000 rubles soon. We might be able to restart with a new settlement at some point and use our newfound knowledge, because yeah, with horse carriages everything is a little bit different. A whole bunch of different worries. Customs house throughput being a main one. The flip customs house is a big problem. If the train tracks are on the left side, the large customs house works beautifully, but on the right side it has like half the throughput max. And that's a bit of a problem for us. We'll send out food deliveries to the grocer, and ideally that one would actually be line spaced as much as possible, so the deliveries arrive as far away from each other as possible. So then we can balance them correctly. Ooh, you're still working with foreign workers. No, 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 that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. We're not spending money. 74 rubles for foreign manpower. Actually, that's quite good. We might be able to run the clothing factory with foreign manpower if they need that little money. Maybe that's how we run the clothing factory, just foreign manpower. It would be realistic, I guess. Although we gain a lot of efficiency for the foreign manpower because it's so far away from the border. Now we could maybe try it. Would have to do the math on it. And I kinda don't want to. Come on, people. Couple more bricks and we can move people in here. We can send the fire station workers to build up these houses and allow people to move in directly before all the 21-year-olds without their own flat go away during winter. I wonder if when 21-year-olds without their own flat leave the Republic, they can't have had children already. They need their own flats to expand their families. So you're not gonna get more orphans from those people. Alright, 55% is fine. The loyalty in these houses is looking atrocious. Maybe I should drop it back to 50. Yeah, 50 is fine. Low loyalty workers are better than not enough workers. One more delivery of bricks. It's already on its way. You have all you need. Send the workers in here. And I guess for that building too, because it's getting its resources. On the return route we would also have to go through that bus stop, because horses are so slow. I'll let people move in, I guess, into both of these. This one will be flipped to highly educated once more houses are available. But for the time being, this will do. We're barely keeping up with the crops. We'll have to import crops. Or import food, I guess. I need so much farming. So much inefficient farming. Is it like the rocket equation where at some point you have so much farming that it basically costs you more than if you had like a more lean farming? Because every farming vehicle and logistics you're setting up to make it work costs you more crops. I don't think it works that way with in regards to farming, but maybe. People are living here now and working. If we can call it that. I have not set up the bus route yet in a way where they do get picked up and carried back to the other settlement. Nor have I purchased more vehicles to maybe have a slightly more efficient route. So here we will load no workers, but students who need a education, like a basic education, and passengers. And then it goes back this way, unloading everyone as a transfer, reloading whoever's here, except workers. We don't transport workers, and well, workers with no education, I guess we need to carry, in case there's some uneducated people who have grown up and didn't get to go to school in time. And then I need the bus stop, which I haven't built yet. And we just unload everyone here. And from here they can reach everything but the university. So should be able to find services that they need. We currently don't do line spacing. But we do line spacing, but the horse carriages are so slow that it doesn't really work. I guess I also have to run them through here. Now we just add more horse carriages. I'm gonna get 3 more, I think. Let's run it that way, see how it balances itself out. I do believe an end station will be necessary. Well, let's give it time. So 50% or lower loyalty is allowed to move in, regular education or higher education should hopefully provide the ability here for people to exist, at least for some time. Let's see how it goes. Bringing the heating up is a good idea, because it's gonna get cold soon. So few people living in the area. Let's bring in some more regular educated ones. 5 highly educated ones is okay for now. That's like 1 highly educated worker per shift. Minimum. Do we have people with high loyalty waiting, or why are there still 12? So we do not have anyone with low. I'm going to count 50% or lower as low loyalty higher education. So those we don't have right now. We should still have people with a regular education and low loyalty, so they should move in. Yeah, there they go. That's all of them, pretty much. Now the heating plant is running full tilt, very good. Hello 50, welcome. What would you recommend for making money at the start? Clothing factory. Importing fabric, exporting clothing. Provide as many workers as you can. Tell your trucks to wait until unloaded for fabric and then load whatever clothing is there and bring it to the border. So you don't need a distribution office. A single truck should be enough. That works with trucks. With horse carriages, I don't know yet. We'll see. It's what I'm trying to be doing with this settlement. We'll see if that works. Okay, I guess we can keep bringing workers here. That is still okay. Import raw materials, manufacture, produce final product, and export it. Depends. Like, I wouldn't start with fabric, I wouldn't start with food. If you want to learn how to work those things, I would start with the clothing factory. Benefit of the clothing factory is a resource that you can also provide your citizens with, so you're gonna save money on that. And it's a resource that has a pretty high amount of monetary value per item, so you transfer a lot of monetary value per truckload, and you don't need a lot of it per unit produced per day. So you produce like 2 units of fabric into 1 unit of clothing each day at full capacity, and a single truck could handle that easily. So you don't need an excess of logistics on top of that. And then you can think about, okay, now I consume fabric, I still have to import it, I would like to make my own fabric. And then you delve into the realms of like what the logistical overhead actually means when you look at how many crops you need and how much water you have to provide and the waste production. Is the oil refinery available in this decade? I don't think there's a limit on the research for the oil refinery date-wise, but I have not looked yet. Could still be researched, yeah. No date limitation. Most likely gonna go with food, meat, and beer. They are not only alcohol is good for export, I would say. Food and meat for local production is okay, but for export you would need a lot of logistics, I think. And even alcohol, you have to supply a lot of crops. But yeah, I mean, any resource works. It's just, I would recommend the clothing factory being the simplest one to dip your hands into a for-profit industry and getting the hang of like supply routes. Well, at least we got over halfway with the harvest this time, but we did not get the crops necessary to fill the grain silo. We have to be more efficient during harvest next time, and by that point we might actually have the clothing factory set up. And I mean, if the clothing factory works well, then we might not care about the crops anymore, as much at least. At least we got 150% fertility, which is nice, and it doesn't reset, because we're never really fully harvesting. So we don't have to do manual crop rotation, field rotation. Crop rotation is not a thing. Let's start building up a couple extra houses. I think we can make this work without extra water carriages or water storages. But I still like the idea of having a water tower here. Just making sure that if there's an issue with the transportation of water, it's not going to fall over immediately. But right now, I would like more workers here, because they're gonna complain about a lot of things. I didn't even build an alcohol kiosk here. That is gonna be so cruel for them. They're gonna be so unhappy. At first I thought you're building a barracks. Yeah, it kind of is. Like, this is a settlement mainly to make sure the clothing factory doesn't burn down, nothing else. It's a really, really janky settlement. They're supposed to make sure the clothing factory doesn't burn down, and otherwise this is an overflow for people with low loyalty, which will boost our population count a little bit, give us more, like, a higher birth rate in general. And of course they can also work in the clothing factory in the future. I wonder if we have enough loyalty here still. We're still getting 100%, but people who become an orphan at high age will not have their loyalty boosted as much as they did before. But we are working on the alcohol addiction, I guess, inside the Republic. Would be cool if the devs added a military industry. I think they want to avoid that. Probably with good idea with like recent developments in politics and world history. We do have an explosives factory, so you can at least do that. And then you build a T-34 monument next to the explosives factory and suddenly it's a weapons factory, and you can do it that way, I guess. Orphans equals organized crime. Not in our republic, no. Our orphans are not criminals. Not yet. They might become criminals at some point. I hope they put enough workers in the heating plant, otherwise they're gonna have problems. We might... I was gonna say we might reduce the amount of barracks we have here, but we'll build them up slowly. I might have to send workers to the heating plant too. This is like a bare minimum settlement with almost no people living here. It's ridiculous. People can't even go shopping reliably because there's no one staffing the grocer. It just means they buy more food later on, I guess. Hello Project 7. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you. Hello Scott. Happy New Year. It's going well, relatively. We're running out of money. It's and we reset by 10 years, so technically we're in 1912 now, but in real, I guess we started in 1890. I will put it for chat vote and they voted we turned back time another 10 years. So we started in 1890 now and trucks are very far away. Another 10 years. And I'm gonna put the vote up again in 1910. I hope we can start making money soon, that's like the main concern. It's not looking great. I'm running towards the clothing factory and hope that it helps. It's the same run as before. Are you harvesting? I am harvesting, but we're not fully harvesting. It does have its benefit not over harvesting the crops, because then the fertility stays where it is. So having too many fields means they're not overworked, means that the fertility does not reset. Basically the crops go back into the field and it stays where it is. But it's still not enough. I need more farming. We're gonna have barely enough crops to get to the next harvest season, I guess. Maybe not even that. But maybe I can reduce the food production now this year, since it looks like we have enough. chemicals were expensive. Crops don't get affected by snow. They're all gonna vanish on the 3rd of December. Right now they slowly get destroyed inside the fields if they are still harvesting. But on this tomorrow, they're all gonna instantly disappear. So they are affected by snow. It's just a pretty big one. Also fear it will get hard to harvest the field efficiently. Yes, it is definitely... I mean, harvesting with machines is like, I think you get 50% more or maybe double the amount of crops. Harvesting with workers, I get like 70 crops out of these medium-sized fields at 110% efficiency. But the nice thing is their fertility doesn't reset if you don't fully harvest them, so I like that one. So you go from inefficient farming, but the fertility is nice because you don't overwork the fields, to efficient farming, but... Oh, you're already doing sowing because we still have workers on here, that's kind of funny. I guess technically winter sowing is a thing, but probably shouldn't work like that. That's funny. Not that it matters because our plows are ridiculous, how fast they are. Not worth, to be honest. Maybe wait when they invent agricultural vehicles. I need to. I want to set up. I want to make this work. I want to have farming everywhere because it did help quite a bit. How's the wood going? Board price is normal, but the wood price looks pretty good of 1920 start prices. But I fear that it's not really possible to transport this stuff. Not doing well now. Not making a lot of money with that. I need to stop the wood export because with our additional trade deal rules we need to make sure we don't export if we want to change the trade deals, I guess. So yeah, I'm exporting all the boards I can, but the flipped customs house also has half the throughput of the non-flipped customs house, so it's not going to work for us. Last export. 7 rubles per export. Not worth it. I'm still using the normal horses? Yes. I do not care about the speed of the horses, to be honest. If I wanted to upgrade the horses, I would have to upgrade all of them, and I don't want to do that. Also, I don't know yet if the better horses eat more crops for the more speed they can do. I would assume their consumption of crops is higher, but I don't know. Can you upgrade horses? The different colors of horses are different breeds. They cost different amounts of money and they have different speeds. The black horses I think have the fastest speed. I'm not sure how that is, like how different they are in regards to stamina. Like maybe the white horses are super fast on max speed if you put them onto max speed, and their stamina drain is very high. Maybe the black horses have like longer duration of stamina, I don't know. I did not delve into horse breeding yet, I guess. More concerned about trying to find out a way to make money while making the Republic not all be next to the customs house. Golden horses are the best. We don't have any golden horses. Chocobos. They have 2 legs. I would not count them as horses. That's our 5th very severe epidemic. The game loves to kill my Republic with epidemics. It's a bit tricky, you need the vehicle storage in the pasture directly next to it. Alright, build me that house, please. Horse crane is already present, so just bring the workers onto the construction site. And we'll do the next building too. Lack of chocobos in the stream is concerning. I disagree. Okay, the last houses are not in range of a waste storage, but maybe if we sneak in a footpath diagonally here. There we go. Now it works. People are going to be so mad in the settlement. Okay, you're allowed, like, to send a worker to the grocer every now and then. Like, try and more reliably feed the people here a little bit, I guess. Also, since the workers are coming in from far away, I guess their work shift is going to be much longer, which will more reliably feed the people in the area. Such long work shifts, Jesus, I love it. Look at that, actually being able to buy food here. It's 15% happiness. I'm gonna be so happy. You found culture today. Interesting. Weird. Well, happiness still went down, but I guess that's what the job of the settlement is. Overflow. Getting ready for World War I. There's not gonna be a war. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe a horse feeder right next to a grain silo would not be a bad idea. Or you bring in the harvest and it just also goes into the grain feeder. The horse feeder. Directly. We have people with no known loyalty in here. That is unacceptable. It shouldn't happen. Why are these houses not checked? What are you doing? Oh, you got stuck somewhere. What happened? Wait, how are you up here? You're not supposed to be up here. What the hell? Why does the secret police have that much range? Unbelievable. Do you have 75% in the one house? I have some high loyalty houses, yeah. This one probably. That one is the loyal workers to run the school. I don't want the secret police to drive all the way up here. That's not how that is supposed to be. How do I prevent that? Can I prevent that? I don't think I can. That sucks. So the horses went up there. It's gonna ruin my loyalty now that they've sending people with unknown loyalty working in the orphanage. It's disgusting. Oh, 40% loyalty is gonna be ruined. Come on, horses. Can I fix this? Maybe taking this footpath away ought to do it. I don't know why they had a trouble coming back anyway. Let's get rid of this one, I guess. Does that solve it? Yes. No, they can't reach the residential buildings anymore. Good. Stay in your city, I guess. So yeah. This is the orphan building basically, where the highly educated orphans live and then they work in the school. I maybe demand a little bit too much of them right now, but currently only 80% loyalty teachers are allowed to work in the school. But sometimes now they send people in with no known loyalty, I guess. And it does bring up the average loyalty of the students. I hope there were no more board exports this year, otherwise we're gonna be screwed. This month? Okay. No board exports, right? I think the village would be fine without the water tower setup. The water consumption is so small. So maybe having 2 dedicated horse carriages bringing water to the unloading station is going to be enough to supply this. The water source from a well? No, I'm gonna bring purified water through the unloading station, which gets pumped into the water tower. The water source is our water purification plant in the large settlement. So I'm gonna run a dedicated route. Because I don't want to have water purification in every settlement. We might have a water pipe here at some point, but for now, I think the horse carriages will be able to handle it. Happiness here is not going to be great, but like I said, don't particularly care about it. Maybe if they're gonna be like very important, we'll build them a football playground, maybe an alcohol kiosk, but that's like for the future. Right now they have to take the horse carts into town and maybe they'll get something they need. This might drive down alcohol addiction because they're not going to be able to get alcohol that often. Or maybe they're going to drive to town and drink like 5 liters of alcohol at a time. That could also happen. I still have to set up a proper bus stop for them. I'm going to stop allowing people to move into this building for now. These are going to be overflow buildings for the future. Not right now. I want them to move into the settlement. Because the other one was built, they were built particularly close to the heating plant to create more orphans. And right now I don't think we should be doing that. I need the population to be a little bit more healthy for the foreseeable future, but we might turn them back on soon. Yeah, 80% loyalty requirement might be a bit high. But then again, like I said, they have like until the age of 21 where they can get the basic education. They don't need to finish at 16. They're not supposed to get a university education. They only get a basic education. It's not, yeah, the speed is fine, I guess. Even if there's some downtime. I think we need another dumper for the heating plant. I mean, the distribution office was supposed to help with that. I guess they're doing that. Let me check if it's assigned. It is not. No, it is. Is it? No, that's just a shadow. 50% just coal. I'll throw in some more dump carriages later on. At least the coal here is going to be depleted very, very slowly because of the small heating plant. I did not take a loan yet, no. We are still loan free. Why is no one bringing resources here? Oh, no. Why are they not assigned? Why are they unassigning themselves? Something weird is going on here. Did I put some construction offices behind a road that they can't leave? Or what's going on? Something with the road signs is not right, apparently. We should be able to get to them, no problem. What is happening? Self-sufficient? I wish. We're so far from self-sufficient with the inefficient logistics. Not doing great. But we're progressing through the eras. Yeah, the maintenance officers don't stay assigned for some reason. I don't know why. Why do they unassign themselves? Road connection with construction office does not exist. What? Something with this connection is broken, I guess. No, it says it's fine. I guess I'll redo it. Maybe that ought to fix it. Maybe the issue is somewhere else. Seems like now it's working. Somehow they didn't pass through that area correctly, even though the bus stop said you could walk through. Oh, the bus stop was probably directly connected. I should have checked a different building. I think this was a footpath that wasn't actually connected to the road. Okay, now it's fixed. Funny that some of the construction officers were still able to be assigned to it, I guess. Get these horse carts back into the construction offices, I guess. We will need them for building the clothing factory anyway. Make room that the horse plows can work in the fields. Still have not set up the distribution office yet. But we're almost there. Almost. So this year we won't be able to build or like produce clothing for export. Because I don't have the research point yet for the settlement. And I just stopped exporting boards. But in 1904 we should be able to start. In the meantime, I guess I can bring it to our warehouse. And then next year we can export. Give me 2 water carriages, I think. They will bring water to the village, the water tower. The loading station for water should have 3 loading bays, I think. Yes. So they would not block it. Oh, there's even an early start one. I think I built the modern one. No wonder it's so expensive. Could have built the early one. I did not realize. Oh well. Population going down drastically. They're a little bit unhappy in here. Who can blame them? So this year, goal is clothing factory, I guess. Still does not have all of the materials for the groundworks. I did reduce the amount of dump trucks we had available. But I guess we could slowly start building it up. I guess 5 workers ought to do it. Not the statue. Once we have enough resources, then we can finish the groundworks and then wait until the delivery of the actual building materials. Pick up water. Bring it to the water unloading station, wait until unloaded. Such a minimal settlement setup. Oh, I hope it works. It mainly depends on like the settlement making sure it stays populated, because it's gonna be a miserable place to live in. 32% happiness, 40, 55. I guess these migrants, these people might still be relatively new here. No workers in the heating plant. Water source is here. Sewage goes to the customs house until I might build like a sewage unloading station over on this side, which can feed into the normal network. But it produces such little sewage that I think will be alright. I'll send 1 water truck over there. Unassign this one. I'll just be standing here for now. So 3 sewage trucks might also be too many. Now we'll have to wait and see. The increase in housing capacity will increase the birth rate again. I do not know if people escaping the Republic take their children with them. If they don't, then we're also going to get more orphans from that. Two 2.5% away from unlocking distribution offices. If the clothing factory gives us a positive income per month, we would be alright. But I have a feeling that it's not going to be enough. It might be, but we're not going to know until next year, because then we'll be able to export it. I mean, right now I could say I import a ton of fabric. No, we would just run the production route into the warehouse normally. Like I could say I fill this warehouse here with fabric, and then I suddenly start running the clothing factory for export, because then I wouldn't be importing any more fabric. But no, I'll do it the other way around, because it's easier for us to store clothing than fabric. Okay, I guess I'll let you work anywhere now. You can go wherever you want. That means it's going to drain the work account here a lot. But it also means we should have more workers available everywhere else. Because while the people are waiting here, they're not available in the other settlement either. There might not even be enough workplaces here to do stuff at. I don't think this is going to be a huge drain on our electricity, just cycling the water like that, but this way I can make it work with only a single loading-unloading station. I wish it didn't have a connection through the building. I don't know why it does. Hello, Kelly McIlrath. Thank you. Happy New Year to you too. Much appreciated. Prisoners leaving for not getting a home, lack of loyalty, do drop their kids into the orphanage. I would assume runners do the same. Ah, okay. So having a really disloyal settlement like Pruskov in our republic would increase the amount of orphans we get, probably. So not all bad here. Unless, of course, suddenly it starts overloading our orphanage, then that would be a huge deal. Speaking of which, I need to focus more on loyalty. More workers. It's all piling up in front of the water pump. That's not cool. Finally, research is done of the distribution office. It only took us a decade. Now they can focus on university education again. We dropped down to 26%, but that is manageable. I think any building that's finishing up, people are allowed to move in now. That's fine. I hope that this isn't too many houses for the heating capacity of the heating plant. A little bit worried. So the small one has like 2 heat exchangers worth of capacity, I would say. And this has 12 gigajoules, which is like a third of that. And do we have like 40 cubic meters of heating available only? So that's 2.8, 4.2, 8.4, 16.8. It should be okay, hopefully. How are we doing with coal? It should slow down the consumption during summer. Hopefully transportation will be sufficient. The availability of water is not looking great. I mean, it's mainly because the pump is so freaking fast. It's pulling the water away from the horse carriage before it can load water into the substation. Okay, we'll let this run. I mean, it has water for now. Sowing season looks fine. Maybe we do have to put a lot of monuments around the building that has the high loyalty, like this building with the teachers. If they have sufficient loyalty around it, we might reduce the loyalty drain a bunch. How are we doing? Slowly building up the clothing factory. Two more houses and start bringing workers to the clothing factory too, thank you. I need to run line balancing. These are arriving way too irregularly. For the benefit of the route, we'll have to run them through here. And I will have to set up a proper bus stop at some point. As long as there's a sliver of water in the substations, we're fine. Could I set... I mean, if I had a second loading unloading stations, I could set it up without the whole, like, water loop, I guess. That demolition office scared me a little bit. But I don't know if building a second one makes sense, other than that. And the other option would be a water pipe here. A small water pipe directly from the plant through a small water pump. Could supply plenty of settlements, I guess. We lost 50 people. Okay, he'll get a football playground, I guess. A small one. Still over 100,000, still looking decent, I guess. If we're spending 2,500, that's 10,000 every 4 months. That's 30,000 per year. So we have 3 years left, I guess. I think having the fields further away from your villages might be more beneficial, because then the harvest, the amount of harvest that they do in one trip is a lot more. So you need less transportation and they spend more time working on the fields. Once the clothing factory is done, we'll do that farming setup here, I guess. Means 2 small horse farms, I guess, into a grain silo. And the grain silo probably into a distillery. Or was it meat? Meat is a higher expense than alcohol. So meat production would be better. Only for domestic consumption. On the way to the clothing factory. They get unloaded here, work in the butcher, work in the livestock farm, and then they can also walk and work in the fields whenever they are available. That's what the constant route here would do. Demand for culture, praying, alcohol. Well, the horse carriages are moving. They're going to line balance themselves, give them some time. They'll be arriving more regularly. How many do we have right now? We got 6. That's about right. If I wanted to have them arrive every 240 seconds, that's okay, I guess. Maybe give them another 2 and then... I mean, I have to wait until the line balancing kicks in and runs proper, because right now they are not spread out well enough, but in the future this should be hopefully reliably enough for the settlement to actually function. I think the water supply is not good enough. I believe the water tower idea would work if we had 2 loading and unloading stations, but I think the technical services just picking up from the other settlement might be better. So I might tear this down too, because I don't think it works for us. especially since they don't really load fully. The water pipe would be somewhat expensive. 1.4 tons of steel. I mean, it's not that expensive, but it is still an expense. Set up a large water pump. Or even just a small water pump and then bring it to some villages. We don't necessarily have to follow the road unless I want to make it look nice, but we could just go just across the field and run it into the water tower from this side and then get rid of the water pump setup. So this will only be a setup to make the water available, not to unload it. Okay, maybe it does work. I'll just give it some time, see if it runs into any problems. That is a lot of orphans. The more houses I build in the new settlement, the more orphans we're probably gonna get. Let's take a look at this. So 13 tons of steel plus the water pump. I guess we can spend that money, sure. It's going to be a little bit more because I'll try and put it into a nice order. Also, yeah, they will not have running water. It will not be pumped directly to the substations. So a small water pump for a lot of villages should be enough. Don't know if I want to have running water to any of these houses ever, because of the chemical consumption increase. I mean, ever is maybe overstating it, but for the next 50 years. You know what? I think we're going to build another big water pump, and then it's going to be easier to hook up other things like the settlement if we want to. Because then we can split this up into different directions from here. And we don't need to set up multiple water pumps later on. We'll do that. Until then, you'll have to pick up the water directly from the water purification plant. And the route unloading water here is going to be obsolete. That one is just going to park itself. And we'll tear down the water pump and the water piping. But it was a good test, I guess. I'll do that instead. You can auto search and assign yourself to that if you want. It doesn't need to be done fast, but just make it happen at some point. What am I building now? Clothing factory. Additional housing as the overflow for the settlement of our main settlement. And a water pipe leading to the village, so we don't need to run water trucks. We'll pipe it here instead. I'll have a water tower to supply it from, and that's it. Oh, wait. One thing. My bad. I should prepare for the possibility that this water pipe might go to another settlement in the future, so we'll set up a water switch here, so it can go into a different direction. Just planning for the future a bit. There we go. I'm not going to pipe it directly to the water substation because sewage still needs to be handled by a carriage, and I don't want to export that much. And I want to keep the chemical consumption as low as possible. But yeah, the main construction right now is the clothing factory. I hope the increase in housing will encourage people to have more children. But the amount of orphans we're getting is also a bit too high. I guess that's the population waves we're seeing every now and then. If they're too disloyal, they go to the other settlement. That's how it is, I guess. These houses are not available anymore. I should move the people out. Relocate them over. You're not supposed to live next to the heating plant anymore. Go enjoy your time over here, I guess. Enjoy. that one. Passengers, students with no education, and workers with no education is correct. Yep, tutor situation isn't great. Might be loyalty related again. We're dropping to 50% loyalty in this flat and 49 in this one. That's maybe manageable. I'm not sure if trying to reduce alcohol addiction is the right choice right now. It does seem to be going down. No, it's still at 75. Was it going down? That was 79 before, wasn't it? That dropped hugely. No, that's from last year. That's across the whole time. This is where we currently are. This is how it was before we reset the time. But yeah, you can see how the alcohol addiction kept going up. It's a weird time scale. $126 people here. Not enough for a research point yet. We need 200. 40, 80, 120, 160 workers. 180. Housing for 180 workers. Together with children, that should make 200 citizens at some point. Unless the settlement is so bad that it just continuously keeps draining our population, I guess. Send all the workers arriving here by horse carriage to work inside the football playground to build it up. So they may get some sports enjoyment without having to wait for the carriage. They're gonna get really cranky if they don't get clothing. That I do know. Like, we might have to build some service buildings. I don't want to build an alcohol kiosk, but maybe a house of culture wouldn't be too bad. I'll try to make it work without first. Some of the people are really quick. $75 tons of crops. Food is looking quite low. I mean, I'm bringing a lot of workers away from here right now. I hope the passengers can make it all the way back and they don't time out.
They arrive here with 2 hours and then they have another 4 hours to try and get to the other bus stop. If this works right now, that is a lot of passengers and students. Yeah. You figured out that you can't get to where you want to go. So I guess we're gonna follow this horse carriage and see if it can get to the other bus stop in time or if it's too slow. Because yes, it is very slow. But we were able to get from the bus stop to the labor hall, or like vice versa. And so the other direction should also work. But maybe not. Maybe I need a bus stop that's closer. Maybe no one here can currently get what they need. Should be fine. I wanted to have like a road here for just buses. That would shorten the trip a lot because now they have to go the long way around the roundabout. An hour and a half left. It's pretty close. Got an hour left, but still got time, so some delays are okay, but not many. And then if you refuel, like if you refuel right now, that would be game over pretty much. Okay. So I need the route through here, I think. Oh, I guess we can cheese it for now. If I want to set up the proper bus stop. There, shortcut. For the time being. Good. Way too many workers, but groundwork construction is slow. I know they can get sport here like the other settlement. No culture though. Maybe we'll change that. Getting some extra sports enjoyment over 100% because it wasn't available for the longest time. I guess that makes sense. The amount of dumpers we have, is that really so small now? guess most of them are hauling coal, I guess. Yeah, you're set to wait until unloaded. I guess we could get it some extra, but I also don't want to spend the money right now. And since we're only doing production for profit next year anyway, I guess it can take that long. That will be fine. So in the future, for more new settlements, I have to make sure that the secret police doesn't actually reach the housing in the new settlement. Otherwise, they are sending horses all the way out there, and I don't know why they got stuck, but I think it was because of the footpath going back to the road that didn't actually work. Now at least it's fixed. Not sure what they're doing right now, but they're very slow. They're going to Prosco again. Stop going to Prosco. I guess now this footpath is working. Now they can reach all of the houses here. They're not supposed to do that. How do I stop them? That's not cool. Also, the music stopped. It started again, but it was muted. Maybe... Oh, I know which one. We can use the no personal cars sign. Personal cars are not allowed to leave the settlement. There. That probably helps. I'm gonna bring these back, since I assume horses count as personal cars. I do not care about the loyalty in Prosco. At all. That is not relevant for the loyalty of the Republic. We need to make sure that the people working in the orphanage have the loyalty. Otherwise our orphans become disloyal. Look at that. 32% loyalty teachers, 36, 34. Kick them out. Unacceptable. Yeah, I hope the no personal cars setting will be sufficient. Once they're done with all of the houses here, they should not ride to Prosco. This lady... Proskov, again? Are you kidding me? You're a personal car, you're not so allowed to do this. Was it already assigned? Can we stop them? Stop riding out to the other settlement. I don't want to build another secret police. No, they're all going there. Well, 2 of them. So they're still going there. It's the return road that matters? I need... What are they? Are they a bus? Maybe they're just a bus. Maybe they're not a personal car. They should be a personal car. How do I fix this? It's slightly too close, I guess. How much range do you have? A lot of range. We would not be able to solve this with traffic signs. Oh, I hate this. This is ruining my strategy. The only way to solve this would be to have a secret police in the village, I guess. Or extend the range to the settlement somehow. Yeah, whenever our buildings flip to unknown loyalty, our loyalty gets ruined. Stop dealing with those buildings. Okay, that is terrible. I guess we'll have to have a secret police here then. Which might then also feed into another settlement, but what can you do? Each village is gonna have to have a secret police with at least, like, some workers in it. Until then, our nice clean loyalty is gonna go down the river again. Or is it enough to have more workers in there, so they memorize the time, the loyalty for longer? Maybe that's enough. Maybe we just need to have more workers in here. Not that I have that many highly educated people, but I guess that is the alternative. Because the horses are pretty quick. There was a green sliver there, I saw it. Just need to find it again. I guess that would allow the horses to go through a little bit faster. People would also be allowed to bypass the roundabout, which I don't want, but I should be able to handle that with some traffic signs. And I also need to prevent people from walking into this area. Otherwise we're gonna have a lot more university students on our hands. So this footpath through here needs to go. We can still reach it. And now you can't. I mean, if we could provide the university for the people living in this building, then we would get a university education to the students which have like, which are from the parents that have like really high loyalty. Maybe I need to make this house the house for the really high loyalty ones because they're always getting a university education. Flip that around. You're doing that, I guess. It's not looking good for the loyalty situation right now, that's for sure. No, I think the most reliable thing will be to have a secret police here. And this route probably goes away again. Maybe we'll get like traffic signs for managing horses. But I don't know what, like I would assume that a horse carrying an individual rider would be a personal car. Or like managed by the personal car. I'll get rid of this road again. I don't need to know the loyalty of these shacks, barracks, whatever. But I guess I do, because otherwise the people living there having children could be super disloyal and move into buildings that they are not supposed to. So I do have to have the secret police over there. With maybe 2 or 3 highly educated people per shift. Harvest season? Almost. Do not forget it this time. Still lacking gravel and asphalt. Alright, do you have some good tutorial for railway? No, sorry Steelers, I do not have a tutorial. I can explain questions, I guess, but since I do not have any railway in the game right now, I could also not really explain it. Other than like drawing an example, I guess. And tutorial for railway, the main thing is to realize the 2 different signals, what they do. So you might have an industry here that then comes back onto the train track. Most people build it, I guess, double-tracked. And then there's like another entrance on this side. And maybe another way in reverse going the same path. You have 2 signals. You have the regular semaphore, which you can place in 3 different configurations. One way, either direction, or both ways. And you got the chain signal. What the chain signal does, let's say you separate the train tracks out like that. If a train arrives on the right hand side, arrives at this signal, and goes, I want to go here, or I want to go here. Like I have these 2 blue blocks that trains can arrive in. Train says I want to go here. If this was a regular signal, it would just go, is the yellow block clear? Yes, okay, I'm going to move in. Then it goes, is this block clear? Yes, I'm going to move in, and so on. So this one just checks the next block, everything in the area past the signal. Is the yellow part clear? Yes, move in. Is the blue part clear on the next signal? Yes, move in. Chain signal does, train arrives. This one checks, is the next block clear? Yes. Is the next regular block clear as well? If no, then the train is not going to move into the yellow part. And what that does, it prevents a traffic jam, because there might be a train in this block waiting to go here up to this train track. And if this train wants to move through here and parks itself on the yellow bit, then the train on this block is never going to be able to leave. If you have it set up like this, it would check the yellow block, then this blue block, and then this block finally. So you can connect these chain signals or chain them to see if multiple blocks behind it are clear. So a train here would wait currently, if it wants to go this way, it would wait until this yellow block, this blue block, and this yellow block is clear. Because these 2 are chain signals, so it would check through both of them, and then also this block, because this is the last regular signal. So the general concept is usually, if you want to run a rail network in 2 directions, into a junction you want a chain signal, out of a junction you want a regular signal. Because that way you prevent the junction from having a traffic jam. Because if you put a regular signal here, a train will enter here and might block another train that wants to move through to not have a traffic jam. And I guess that's the core concept to start out with. Chain signals into a junction, regular signals out of a junction. There are other things that you will have to worry about, like how long are your trains going to be. Because if your train is longer than this block, it might still go in here, but then have its tail end sticking out onto the junction. But That only really becomes an issue once you start experimenting more with the trains. That was a basic tutorial, I guess. Trains wait at signals and check for the whole section after the signal or further. Alright, we're also doing this construction, I guess, which is a slow one. This one does not have high urgency. I want the clothing factory, please. This one can happen at some point. It doesn't have to happen right now. And the secret police has higher priority now. Maybe they're gonna add that so that the secret police vehicles are classified as personal cars. Okay, loyalty again, good. Maybe it'll still balance itself out to loyalty gain on average if the secret police manages it. But I will want a secret police next to the village, I guess, just to make sure we take care of some of the houses, so that these vehicles can focus on the settlement locally. And we don't get people from this settlement migrating to our settlement if they have really low loyalty. Harvest season. I remembered in July at least, but could have started it earlier. Okay. We are out of crops. And also almost out of food. Nonsense. They shouldn't check the loyalty here. Yep, very little university education right now. Not enough workers in here. We're down to 24%. We'll throw in the checkbox, I guess. We'll make sure we get at least some university students through. You're probably not going to finish in time because you're already 20 and only at 1.6. Done with the education, but this means someone with high loyalty, I guess, joining us. At least the orphans should never move into the settlement, because orphan loyalty is always known, even without secret police. The other thing that's happening right now is that students from the new village arrive here, and they stick around for way longer to get their school education whenever they do. Like that one. Very slow progress in the school, gets a lot of education done. Might block some other slots for the school, but the school is not the issue. I think we have enough throughput here. With the checkbox and insufficient workers, that means some of the orphans might not get their university education, which is terrible. Currently we have a very low amount of highly educated people. I guess I could move some over. Let's make sure everyone gets a higher education. We need to catch up again, need to get to like 30% and then we'll be stable for most of it. Two doctors being able to treat a single patient, they're so unproductive. I mean, that's what you get with low loyalty, I guess. I also have not built a monument here at all. I'll take my break soon, very soon. And then I guess next time we'll see if we can set up the clothing factory. We're below 100,000 rubles now. It's a race against time. Another epidemic, because why not? This settlement is not gonna have a fun time with epidemics because of the highly educated people being so unproductive that they can't even treat a patient. They just refuse to work, basically. Well, having only 4 highly educated people in this settlement is, I guess, one of the issues that propagates that. There. Have some more highly educated people to hopefully heal some people in the area, I guess. Don't want them to die unnecessarily. What are you doing? Water substation. Oh, you're over there. Okay. Looked like you were repairing the orphanage. think we'll have fewer workers. Okay, we're out of food. Soon. Well, the harvest is coming in and we're producing food, but is it gonna be enough? What were you for? Oh, right, harvesting. Go back out into the fields, please. Bring the harvest in. Oh, horse feeders might not get enough crops anymore. Since it's all going mainly into the food production, I guess. It's bad. Maybe we can set up a continuous import of crops throughout the year to help with the shortage of crops from our harvests. But the plan is still to make enough of our own. It's looking a little bit desperate right now. But then again, we still got 1.4 million rubles in loan that we can take out to prolong the inevitable, so we can do another North Korea style run. Where everything was miserable. It's not really that miserable, except I guess this settlement has been set up specifically to be quite miserable. They're almost done with the groundworks. I'm gonna stop bringing workers to the other settlement, I think. We need to focus on harvest right now. Any spare worker we have should go into the fields right now. How would I do things differently in the future? I mean, I set up the water to have more population here. I guess we should prepare more for more population, so we can run larger harvests. And also, well, in preparation for the clothing factory actually going online. But the heating plant looked like it could be a problem, because it didn't seem like it was producing enough during winter. We'll have to add another house, 50 more workers. has to work somehow. That's the Pruskov grocery store delivery route. Maybe they should be set to wait until loaded, so they don't run half empty. But that's just a lack of workers in the food factory. Oh boy. Lack of workers in the small clinic. At least people here have higher loyalties, so a doctor is actually able to work and treat someone. Yeah, I would say this year's harvest is even worse. Really terrible. Population growth isn't stable enough. Everything getting slowed down behind the dumper wagons, only going 11 kilometers an hour. Yep, pretty poor harvest this year. I'll probably have to re-enable the local housing. I mean, ideally the population of the other settlement would grow up first. But it was kind of to be expected that it wouldn't go that well, but this badly, it's a bit of a nightmare. I hope we can catch up with the higher education again. That is very important. Yes, food is missing. We know. It's a bad situation. We're producing food directly into the horse wagons. It's that bad. Wouldn't even need the warehouse, I guess. Okay, the other wagons. Are they going through the end station? Yes. They should also be set to wait until loaded. No need to send them out if they're not full. That means our villages are going to be competing for food now. Well, I'm going to take my break now. I think it's a good enough time as any. The Republic does not look well right now, not healthy. It's mainly things we can deal with by importing, but that's going to reduce the time we have until we fix our money situation. Next time, hopefully, we finish the construction of the clothing factory and the secret police for this village. And we'll see what we can do. I'm going to take a break for an hour or two. And I don't know yet what we will be streaming. Trucking? I don't know. Either Cosmotier, Trucking, I don't think any EU5, maybe Shadow Empire, I don't know. I'm not going to make any promises. Maybe I'm going to find a race to do. We'll see. In any case, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll raid you over to Project 7, I guess. Who's also playing Workers and Resources. Stream will be in German, but he will welcome you and talk to you in English if you want. But he will switch back to German after a while, so if that's okay with you, please stick around. If not, that is absolutely fine too. Have a very good start of 2026, 1st of January. Until then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.